Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Before we get started, we're going to ask that Councilman Chappelle lead us in prayer, and I ask that everyone please stand for the pledge. All right, again, thank you for being here. We're going to go ahead and get started. First item on the agenda is to consider minutes of the November 7, 2023 regular session. Council, if we've had time to review the minutes, the floor is open for a motion.
After reviewing of the minutes of the November 7th, 2023 regular session meeting, I'll make a motion that we approve.
Okay.
A motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Adams. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Vote is unanimous. We'll close item 1 on the agenda. Item 2 is public comments. The City Council welcomes participation and comments at all council meetings. Citizens' comments are limited to 2 minutes out of respect for everyone's time. The council is not permitted to respond to your comments. The Texas Open Meetings Act requires that topics of discussion, deliberation be posted on an agenda not less than 72 hours in advance of the council meetings. If your comments relate to a topic that is on the agenda, the council will discuss the topic on the agenda at the time that the topic is discussed and deliberated. This time, do we have anyone in the audience that would like to address the council? All right, we'll go ahead and close item 2 on the agenda. Item 3 is a presentation of utility rate study and consider approval of ordinance 2023-27, amending the city's water and sewer rates.
Mayor and council, we have tonight with us Chris Ekert and sorry, Kim Boss, who are with NewGen, and they've done our rate studies for the last 4 years, and so I'd like to turn it over to them. Chris will do an introduction of this topic.
Excuse me, sir. Chris, I'm sorry. You would actually have to hold that button down in front of you.
Okay, is that better? I'll try and do this two-handed here. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. Chris Eckert with NewGen Strategies and Solutions. Pleasure to be with you tonight. Again, I know we've been through the rate study. Do want to briefly go back through this for purposes of the public so they understand what it is we're talking about, what it is we're looking at this evening. Okay. Can I use? Perfect. Thank you so much. As we've talked about, when we're looking at the water and wastewater utility, we are looking at a business. So we need to make sure that our revenues are sufficient, that we are reinvesting in that business, and at the same time, we are monitoring our reserves. We have to run a business. We have to keep that business financially stable, and rate management is an important part of that. So as we look at your business, again, we've talked about, we have a significant number of capital improvements that we're looking at. Near term, fiscal year 24, again, we're anticipating we need to issue almost $25 million in debt for capital improvement projects. As we look further on out, going out to fiscal year 27, we're anticipating $20 million in that year just for a raw water line. That's absolutely crucial to bring that water to the community in order to provide continuous and adequate service to customers. As we look at our 5-year study, looking over a 5-year period, almost $30 million, $29.3 million in just debt service payments alone in order to invest in that capital. When you think about a water and sewer utility, it is a capital-intensive business. We have pipes, plants, pumps. All of these things need maintenance. They all break down and have to be replaced over time. So we have to make sure that we are keeping track of that, we're monitoring, we're reinvesting in that system. As we look at this long-term plan, the rates as they exist today, it's our opinion that they're insufficient. You're not going to be in a position to be able to pay the debt needed to make these capital improvements, and this would be an impact in our reserve position were we not to manage and increase our rates in order to fund these projects going forward. We've also talked about rate design. Again, we want to make sure that when we are looking at the design of our rates that we are sending a signal to our customers to be wise users of water. We want to encourage conservation. So in the rate ordinance in front of you tonight, one thing I do want to note is the water rates. You already employ what's called an inclining block water rate. We are trying to increase the incline such that the increase on customers that use more water would be higher. We feel that's an important pricing signal to send to your customers. And so you do see that in the water rates in the ordinance this evening. Again, last increase on rates was October 22, so we have not increased rates since that time. I've discussed the chart that's on the screen with you right now. Again, we do look at what we refer to as a regional bill comparison. What do other neighboring communities charge? As I've mentioned to you before, this is not an apples-to-apples comparison. Every community is different, but you can see where you fall on this chart for an average customer. An average residential customer in the community right now uses 4,700 gallons of water on an average monthly basis, 4,500 gallons of wastewater. That bill right now is $53.57, and you can see where you fall on this chart. And we're going to see this chart again as we go through this evening. So again, as I talked about, current rates are insufficient. These are just the financial charts that we put together to assess the adequacy of current rates. It is our opinion that current rates are insufficient. That is really driven by debt service. As we look at making capital improvements, we use debt because these are multi-million-dollar projects. We can't come in and fund these in 1 year based on cash. The cash needs of these projects are simply too great. So we do have to rely on debt, and you can see we are anticipating increasing that debt load as we go forward and implement these capital projects. So with that, we are recommending increases tonight to make sure that we are managing our business, as we've talked about, that we are breaking even. We're not trying to generate a margin in our rates. We are a break even. We are a not-for-profit operation. That's what we are looking at here is, can we generate what we need, the cash to cover our cash flow needs? Can we generate the cash to pay back our debt? Can we also generate sufficient cash to maintain an adequate reserve position? So with that, the chart that you see on the screen here, this is the impact to the average residential customer. That average residential customer, as I said before, 4,700 gallons of water, 4,500 gallons of wastewater. That monthly bill, $53.57. The ordinance that you have in front of you tonight would raise that monthly bill to $62.79. That is a $9.22 increase per month is what is in the rates, in the rate ordinance this evening. Again, we are anticipating there will be a need for another rate increase as we go into next year. You see that on the chart. We're hopeful that based on the capital improvements that we know of right now, that we'll be able to levelize this in the future. Rates will still continue to have to go up as needed to meet inflation and other demands on the system. But right now we have a little bit of a hill to climb to get through these capital improvements. And that's what you see in our study. That's what you see in the rate ordinance in front of you. So we do go through and we prove out our rates going forward. It's our anticipation, assuming our assumptions hold, that these rates will be sufficient. And so that brings us back to our chart here that we saw earlier, our comparison. As I said before, that average customer right now pays $53.57. Our proposal in front of you is to take that to $62.79, and you see where you fall on this chart. I do have within the presentation as well, again, you have, in addition to just your regular monthly rates, you have other miscellaneous fees that you charge customers. We did take time this year to look at your tap fees. Now, tap fee, that's a fee that somebody pays to tap into your system. This is not a fee that every customer pays. This is a new customer just tapping into your system. So you see the fee on the water side here. There's a short tap and a long tap, depending upon the distance of the tap. So again, same kind of comparison here you see for a residential 1-inch tap. We also have that for you for a 2-inch tap. It's our opinion right now that your water tap fees are sufficient. On the sewer side, we'll show you that as well. You see the chart that's on the screen here. This is for a 4-inch tap. On the short side, $800, long side, $1,000, and then if there's a larger tap here, a 6-inch, you see where you fall. As we've looked at other cities, as we've looked at your cost, it's our opinion that you should look at going up on your tap fees, your sewer tap fees, just slightly, $250 adding to that tap fee. Again, that does not impact the everyday customer. That's only to a new customer that's connecting to and tapping into the system. So that's what I have for you this evening. Happy to answer any questions that you may have or address other concerns that you may have this evening.
All right, council, do we have any questions after this presentation?
Mr. Thatcher, can you explain to the public about the raw water lines and why we have to spend the money to replace those?
Sure. The raw water lines, the lines that come from Bob Sandlin Lake runs up to past the LBJ plant on the southeast part of town, and then runs up to the I-30 water plant, which is north of I-30 at Jefferson there. That's how we get our water, the raw water that before we treat it. And those lines are 30 years old and maybe more. The oldest one is that, and they're falling apart. They're breaking all the time. They're old lines, and so they need to be replaced. We're looking at because of the cost of one of the lines to replace one's about a $20 million cost, and so we're looking at doing that in the year 27. We've got a lot of other maintenance things we're doing. We're expanding a wastewater plant. We're upgrading a water plant, the LBJ water plant. So we've got a lot of things we need to do, and although those are critical lines that we need to do, we're projecting 5 years out from now, or it's 4. We're almost at 24, so it's 2027, and so that's a $20 million project for one of the lines, and then we need to turn around within 3 or 4 or 5 years and plan to do the other one, so that we can keep the water coming to us and in a dependable way. So. That's why it's critical. It's just been a long time. We need to plan a capital plan. When I got here 4 years ago, we didn't have a capital improvement plan. We need to plan big projects. We've got infrastructure falling apart all the time. So we need to put it on a plan and plan for it. And with the plan, you put the projects on what do you want to do it. Then you have to put a funding mechanism in place of how do you plan to pay for it. It's by bonds, and then you get the rate guys, and you get our bond guys come in, and they calculate what our tax rate or what our water rates will be over the next. And so instead of waiting 20 years before we raise our water rates, we have incremental rates each year to do that. And as we add new debt in, we have to adjust that rate schedule. And that's what we're doing here. In the last 4 years, we've done a lot of projects. We need to finish them. We need some more money for water projects, and even some more for some general fund projects, but tonight we're talking about the water and wastewater projects, and so we need some more money for that, and that's what this rate structure is going to do, with us looking at in about 4 years. And by the way, we did this 4 years ago with some ideas in mind, and in that 4 years we came up with more projects that need to be done. So it's kind of a moving target. You have to look at it every year and adjust the plan as you need to. And that's why we're back getting more, because we didn't anticipate the raw water lines 5 years ago. We didn't anticipate the LBS water plant upgrade either 4 years ago. So it's a moving target, but we have our rate consultants, we have our financial advisors that can show how we raise the rates incrementally over time, and it should not be a big spike and down. It's a little raise as you go along. So that's what we're looking at, and appreciate Chris being here.
I'll also add that we've had a workshop this afternoon here for the last hour and a half prior to coming into our meeting that was posted that was concerning the water and sewer rate study. I know, Chris, you indicated then where we was on page 11 here with our combined regional bill comparison. And, you know, the public might look at it and say, okay, well, you're here at the $53 and 57-cent rate right now. Well, a lot of these other cities, and you might explain that, Chris, how they're at this same time looking to go up on their, for the same reason we are. They don't have a choice. Just like one of our chemicals here a few months ago, the water treatment went from what, $750,000. It doubled, you know, to nearly 1.4, 1.5 million on just that the chemicals there for the treatment, if I recall right. So all of it is going up continuously, and that's also a big issue. But you might address, like you did with the council earlier there, about the you know, when we increase our rates, it wouldn't move us up. Well, you know, if you look at the chart and say, okay, well, you're going to be above 3 or 4 more of these cities, where they're also looking at raising theirs too, and we don't know how much, of course, but you're familiar with that.
And Tim, I don't know if you mentioned it and I missed it, but our raw water costs went up last year $400,000, and it usually doesn't go up that much, but they had some increases they had to do, and so ours went up, and it wasn't figured into last year's budget; it was just figured into this year's budget. So.
Right, and that 400,000 increase is just from Titus County Freshwater District that's passed on to us. So you know we have to, that has to be to the customer.
Well, and I would add, as we look at page 11 of that presentation, again, these regional bill comparisons are useful, but they don't tell a whole story. As I said, this is not an apples-to-apples comparison. Every community is different. Every community has different water sources, different water treatment methods. And as we look going out into the future, specific to page 11, I'm comparing what we're recommending as your future rate to everybody's rate today. Communities are going through this type of exercise all the time. They're adjusting rates all the time. We have other clients that are on this list. There are other clients I will be with this week, and they will be taking action on their rates going into next year. So if you rerun this graphic in January of next year or October of next year, it looks different. Because every community has different needs at different times, it's important that you remember you take the action needed to keep your business fiscally healthy, fiscally sustainable in the long term. And where you're at right now, you have significant capital needs, and that's what's driving the need for this increase.
Thank you, sir. We have any further comments or questions at this time? All right. Again, thank you for the presentation. We'll open it. Yeah, you got something? Go ahead.
For everyone that's tuned in and paying attention to this and will want to know more about it. We are getting hit with a lot of needs, big doses, big money. Ever since COVID, everything that we had proposed, not everything, but most everything, probably everything, is coming in. I know that Lanny probably could attest to this in various projects that we sort of had proposed and bid and things. The numbers are coming in quicker than we can almost get our pencil out to make the adjustment. It's unfortunate. I think every city is probably dealing with this to a certain degree. It's not exclusive to us. We are drinking from a fire hydrant sometimes, it seems, instead of a cup. It's difficult in this seat for me to process these numbers this quickly. I typically don't have a lot of commas and zeros in my checking account personally to deal with. So these are huge numbers. We're having to move decimal points. And it's tough. I realize there's probably going to be a lot of concern and questions. I also have it. We have a very unique situation in Mount Pleasant. Good. We have a large customer called Pilgrims, who's also our largest industry, and it's huge for our area and the related business that it brings, the jobs, the prosperity. But they use around numbers, they use 4 million gallons of water a day. Tri-Sud uses about 1.6, 1.7 million gallons a day, and the city uses about the same as Tri-Sud. So everything but Pilgrims. So we're having to handle and produce a lot of water quickly. And we also have, on top of the increasing costs that have come through the supply chains and inflation and things, we're also dealing with ever-increasing regulations from the state of Texas that they're imposing some of this, like our wastewater updates. And I'm sympathetic with the people to try to put a level of understanding on this that makes sense. I have always had several nicknames. I know that's hard to believe. One of them is tightwad. You're tighter than the bark on a tree. You don't want to spend any money. And you know what? Those still apply. And this is grievous to me on behalf of our city, that we are going to have some adjustments so quick. If anybody has suggestions for us that we can do better, I would love to hear them. Any ideas on this? These are huge issues. We apparently, in the past, the city of Mount Pleasant didn't seem to have, from what I can tell, and again, there's only 24 hours in a day, but we didn't used to do a lot of rate studies and stuff as much as we're doing now. We were running behind for several years, and for whatever the reason, I don't want to criticize past administrations because I wasn't here then, I didn't know, but I know now we're playing catch up on top of all of it, and we're catching up at a very expensive time to catch up because of unforeseen the pandemic and then the things that's happened, and the supply chain is still messed up. I know that from a practical, not city, but personal business and family, where it's the freight alone is staggering. So I know that it's going to come as a little bit of maybe a lot bit, but it's going to come as a shock. I honestly don't, I almost don't have words to say. I almost want to say, no, we're going to let the water line leak. We're just going to let it run out on the ground and can't get it. Some of it's regulated, some of it's mandated for safety, and we're on demand to get water. Remember, we're not just the citizens, we're on demand under contract to be able to provide a certain amount of water safely to Pilgrims daily and Tri-Sud. So it's more than just even us. This is huge. It's a complex problem, and I respect that. I'm inclined, there was a couple things I asked to see some figures on from the past. Not that we can avoid this, but just in case. We just found out today, an hour or two ago, about this huge, we knew it was coming, but we didn't know the numbers. We didn't know how wow it was going to be. I'm going to ask that we table this for, even if we have a special meeting next week. I need to chew on this. I don't know if we're going to be able to avoid implementing these increases. I want to give everybody a chance before we vote to weigh in, for at least for me. I don't want to, if anybody's got any ideas or questions or concerns that they want to know about this in more detail in the public, in the business world, in Tri-Sud, in Pilgrim, whomever it may affect directly, and they have any questions. I don't know that we're going to be able to avoid this, but at least in case we're overlooking something, this is a huge vote we're going to make, and I'd like at least say a week if y'all are, or wait till the next meeting to vote on this. And it's my understanding that if we vote on this month in December, then the rates would be actually started in January. So we do have a little time. I'd just like to have, like I said, give everybody a chance to know this, ask questions, make comments ahead of time, because once we vote, it's harder to change it. So I'm gonna ask that we table this, till, I'll be willing to have another meeting next week or wait till the next, regular scheduled meeting.
Okay, my understanding, you would like to make a motion to table this item? All right, do we have anyone else had any questions or comments on the item?
My name is Debbie Corbell, and I spent one half of my life working for this city. And I understand the need for improvements. Believe me, been through it, streets, sewer, water, understand it. I understand rate increases. What I don't understand is someone sitting here saying how tight they are with the money when you guys have been taking tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money. You weren't worrying about it then. You guys voted on a resolution to give a contract for $4,000 a month to a company, which would have been $144,000. You spent $151,000 over that amount. So I am really concerned, and I appreciate the stress you're going through having to pass this. But you need to look at the money where it's been going. You need to look at all the money that's been funneled in to everybody's friends and buddies on things. So I ask you to please not only look at the future of raising our rates, which I understand that, I don't have a problem with it. I also ask you to look at what's been going on the last 3 years, address those issues, cut where you can, and cut out the excess, and help the taxpayers at least know that that's what you're attempting to do. Thank you.
All right, council, is there anything further? Okay, at this point, we'll be open the floor for a motion.
I make a motion that we table this, for a week or two.
I second the motion.
Now we have a motion by Councilwoman Sproul, second by Councilman Walker. Madam Secretary, record a vote on the table.
Nay.
Aye.
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 And vote goes 4-1. Yes, we will have it on the next agenda.
Just a note, if it's passed in the next agenda, we'll have to get letters, contact out to the citizens that goes into, if it goes into effect January 1st, we'll have less than 10 days to do that, but you may want to say a month from then, so it goes in the end of January. We try to do the rates increases in the winter, so when the usage is down, so just a thought there.
Those notices normally go out in the water bill, I think is what you're saying, Ian.
And on our website and Facebook page.
All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and close that item on the agenda. We'll now move on to item 4. Item 4 is to consider ordinance 2023-26, establishing a comprehensive emergency management program. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. This ordinance actually, we had an ordinance years ago establishing an emergency management program. However, it included the county as well. And so the state recognized that now we're have our own emergency management program since the county decided to split back in August. And basically, this is the same ordinance. It just takes the language out where it says we have an interlocal agreement with the county. So it'll just be a standalone for the city.
All right, thank you, Chief. We appreciate it. Council, we have any questions on this item?
So Chief, did the county establish their own agreement as well?
I don't know what the county's doing, to tell you the truth.
All right, we'll go ahead and open the floor for a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion that we approve this ordinance 2023-26, establishing a comprehensive emergency management program for the city of Mount Pleasant as presented by Chief McRae.
I'll second that.
Have a motion made by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close item 4 on the agenda. Now we'll move on to our consent agenda, which, consider approval of consent agenda items 5 through 8. Council, if there's anything within those numbers that we would like to address separately, now would be the time to say.
Jake, our city engineer, is prepared to go through each one of them all at one time. And then at the end of that, if you want to pull one off for a separate vote, otherwise you can have one vote for all of them. But he's going to go over each one of them with you.
And Mayor and Council, yeah, and we come to y'all with there's 4 different there's 3 different pay apps here. The first starting off at item number 5, which is a pay request number 2 and number 3 from CE Marler and Associates on the downtown revitalization program, which is the downtown sidewalk project. We have 2 pay estimates here because we were not able to get number 2 on the previous council meeting. They are in the amounts of, for pay request number 2 is $229,818.60. And then number 3 is for $47,439.00. Billings to date is around $455,000, which represents around 79% of total. There's about obviously 21% left in this overall budget. To date, they've used approximately 55% of the time allocated to this project. We have checked quantities and checked prices in regards to their contractor's pay request and found it to be correct, and we recommend payment accordingly. Go ahead.
So what percentage are they totally completed? I know the billing is 79%, so they're 79% completed.
Yes, sir. They're actually a little bit more than that. One of the main remaining item is in regards to some electrical panels that they're having to mount due to material delays. That's going to come in around February.
The time frame to be through, what's the date, do you know? Depending on weather, I know, but
Substantial completion will be established around February.
you're satisfied with the quality of work and everything you've seen so far?
Yes, sir. At least in regards to these last 2 pay estimates. We've been in contact with both the contractor and the city inspector, Patrick, and found the represented quantities to be correct. Moving on to item number 6, which is pay request number 7 from Heritage Contractors. This is on the Southside Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvements Project, and the request is the amount of $1,577,364.80. To date, the total billings is around $11 million, which represents somewhere right around 27% of total. We're still in the early stages of this project. There's about 73% remaining in overall budget. Contract timeline for this project is 750 calendar days. To date, they've utilized about 28% of the time allocated to this project. It's kind of difficult in regards to these large amounts. We'd like to go ahead and put on some pictures to kind of give you all an idea of what's going on at the wastewater treatment plant. We'll see if I can get this clicker to work correctly. What you're seeing here is the 2 portions of this project. The 2 portions of this pay request is 2 main elements. What you see on the right-hand side, which you see the gravel bedding, is where the aeration basins. There's 2 aeration basins that are going in. What you're seeing is the piers that were drilled for the foundation, and then the bedding that's being laid around it so that they can prepare the foundation for both structures. The second element of this pay request is on the top left, and it is the influent lift station. There's already an influent lift station existing, but we're building an additional one for this treatment train, which will mimic the adjacent one that we utilize screw pumps. That's another view in regards to the aeration basins. As I said, they're pretty good sized structures, and this is the majority of this pay estimate as they are drilling piers and then setting up for building these two structures. Just a little bit of a continuation as to what that is. This is the structure that I mentioned in regards to the influent lift station. It's a small structure that receives raw wastewater and then transfers it over into the aeration basins. Yes. Yeah, and when I say and the screw pumps that you see in the top middle, that's going to be mimicked with the new influent lift station. There's them pouring the slab and setting up the rebars in order to pour the walls, and then the framing going up and the forms going up for pouring the walls. And I think that's here pretty close. Brad Osborne, who is with Heritage Contractors, is actually with us today. He can answer any questions if you have on this project as well as Laney Buck with KSA. And that's the pictures that we had in regards to the presentation. Oh, never mind. I had a little bit more there. That just illustrates there's a little bit of site work that's still left. That's on the latter parts of the treatment train that shows the clarifiers and moving towards the chlorine contact basin. And that's what we have in regards to overall progress on the wastewater treatment plant project.
Any questions at this time? We have any for Brad?
I'm just going to say that if you haven't done it already, you need to get with Brad and get a tour of the facility. I've taken the time. I went out there a couple of weeks ago with him. It's amazing what's going on with that project and to see it in the early stages. So it would be a good thing to do if you have time and just coordinate with Brad. He'd love to do that. I hope you still would love to do that with the other members. I know we enjoyed doing that. I was out there for a couple hours getting the tour of the whole facility, and it was a neat deal.
If you want to do that, let me know, or Razor, Anthony, and we can get with Brad. And I appreciate Brad. They're doing a good job out there. To me, it's a big project, but it's amazing how you take that from nothing, swampland, and turn it into a clarifier. It's pretty neat, but they're a basin. But anyway, you're doing good work, and I appreciate you being here tonight. I know that takes out of your personal time. We appreciate you working with us.
Moving on, and just in continuation of that, we checked quantities and checked prices on the proposed pay estimate, the proposed pay request, found the quantities to be correct and true, and recommend payment accordingly. Moving on to item number 7, which is a pay estimate on, or pay request on the Sports Complex Regional Lift Station from Wicker Construction. This amount is for $331,665.99. Billings to date is right around 54% of total. Remaining budget is around 46%. In addressing question on previous project, they're actually a little bit more than 54% complete to date. This is actually back on the 25th of this past month, so they're up there towards the 57% mark. Just my way here. Contract timeline for this project is 250 calendar days. They have to date utilized 37% of the time allocated. We have checked prices and we've checked quantities on this project and found them to be true and recommend payment accordingly. And the last item on the consent agenda is for change order number 1 from Francis Excavation for work on the County Road 2200 rehabilitation project. This project, this change order is a zero-sum change order. It does not have any change in price. What we're requesting is 29 days added to the contract. What they're requesting is 29 days added to the contract. This is strictly to do some additional strength evaluation testing on the roadway. We had some 28-day breaks along the roadway that came in a little low on strength. We waited until the 56-day breaks came in. They actually came in above strength requirements, so that was good to hear. But that was at one of the 3 sites collected. The 2 other sites will be coming in on the 14th and 15th, and these additional 29 days will extend the project completion date from the 2nd to the 31st. This will give us enough time to receive the concrete breaks on the roadway, evaluate, and if they come in good, that will give us enough time to perform final walkthrough and an inspection and for a declaration of substantial completion on this project. And see if there's anything else on that. Oh, and also, since this project is TDA funded, with the extension of timeline, it's always a consideration to make sure that the schedule is within TDA submittal requirements. We are well within submittal requirements. The main one we have to worry about is the construction final inspections to be complete by February 28th, 2024, and we're well within that timeline.
So the motion, if you make it, would be to approve the consent agenda as presented, kind of thing, so unless you want to pull one off to have a special vote.
All right, council. At this time, thank you, Jake. We appreciate it. At this time, we'll go ahead and open the floor for a motion for items 5 through 8, unless otherwise.
I'll move forward the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
The motion made by Councilman Adams, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, report a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Mayor and council, this would be a good time to get some feedback on this consent calendar. We've talked about them, the idea that it may save us a little time, but I'd like some feedback. Do you like it or not, or if you'd rather just do them individually and vote on each one as we go through? It would be a good time to tell us what you think, or if we should try it again and see.
As long as we visit each item and then vote on them as one, but we can pull them out if we don't want to.
I agree with Councilman Adams. If there's a question or something on either one of them, we can always pull one out and vote on it, or if that particular night, I mean, we're not bound to doing either way, but if there's a question or anything, we can certainly just pull them out and do it individually, so I agree.
Thank you again, Jake. We appreciate you. Item went unanimous. We'll go ahead and close that item on the consent agenda. At this time, we'll go on to item 9 on our regular agenda. Our regular agenda, item 9, is a consider of approval from Trans Texas Tire LLC tax relief package. Nathan?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Ed Thatcher, City Manager. It's my pleasure to kind of bring to you for you tonight 2 different companies that are doing some expansion here. Both of these fall under what we call in economic development BRE, or business retention and expansion, which is just as opposed to a startup or entrepreneurial, and also versus like a new recruitment, a new company. So a large percentage of the businesses in economic development activity in Mount Pleasant is BRE, like Diamond C or Preferreds and our Pilgrim. So just a quick update as well. I know it's on the agenda. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but Pilgrims did receive its Texas Enterprise Zone designation, which you guys approved a few months ago. So thanks again for that. I'll go ahead and read for the public's benefit the Trans Texas Tire agenda item. So Trans Texas Tire LLC, doing business as Taskmaster Components, which has plants in 2 other states, one being Idaho and the other being Indiana, sorry. But it's headquartered in Mount Pleasant, Texas, has been undergoing focused efficiency initiatives and significant market expansion since 2020. The company has constructed a new 40,000, and I had incorrectly written 44,000 square foot, but a 40,000 square foot warehouse expansion, purchased state-of-the-art equipment, and begun assembling a notable C-suite of executives to lead it into its next phase of market diversification. So to that end, the company has requested financial assistance from the community to enable it to traverse the next few years with the additional capacity to execute new initiatives. And so to that end, IDC has approved a $150,000 forgivable cash loan from our funds, which will be performed against for 4 years. And in addition, since much of the recent investment by Taskmaster has been in real and personal property, we were asked, and IDC was willing to go before the city and tell them we'd like to approach the city and have a value of about $100,000 for a tax relief package. So the vehicle we'd like to use, and I can explain a little bit more of it, how it would work, but it's a very flexible state tool. It's a 380 agreement to provide that sort of incentive, and again, largely because this specific expansion was a lot of real property and was a lot of investment on the investment side. So we tailor our incentives largely to the type of investment, whether it's people or it's taxable property. So it's important to understand that yeah, I can explain that as you guys ask questions, but I just wanted to present that before you tonight, as the agenda item says. It's just the consideration by council to provide a tax relief package, and it's one of 2 things. The way it's structured, it's a 1-pager, the section for the city, and I have it kind of written under your agenda report, but basically it's either 70. We just calculated the 2022 valuation for the piece of equipment and for the building, the 40,000 square feet itself. So that it's not on the entire property; it's just on the new added property, and it's 75% for 7 years, or $100,000 in value, whichever comes first. So it's hopefully somewhat understandable, and that kind of, you can see how that kind of plays out on the same agenda report. Do you have any questions for me?
How many new employees are we looking at putting on with this? Do you know?
Yes, sir. So the commitment will be to retain, so the business retention and expansion piece will be to retain the current employees that are there. As I was saying earlier, this was a largely property tax and ad valorem investment, which is why we're coming to the city. Usually we'll try to handle a lot of those pieces ourselves. And we are in $150,000, but because it was so capital intensive on the property side, we wanted to make sure they were able to have some relief going forward. They're doing a lot of this, and we applaud them. They're doing a lot of streamlining and efficiencies through their equipment. So if you look at this piece of equipment, and I want to make this available for anyone. If there's any interest in seeing any of our industrial companies, and you're maybe having a hard time, please call me. They love to talk about their businesses. They will show you and give you a tour. So happy to do that. But it's a really long machine. But Tesla, Ford has one in it. What it does is you start off with a piece of rubber, some tire, and goes through and mounts it, balances it, rotates it, and brings it up to the right PSI, and then carries it down the line where it's palletized. And so that's that piece of equipment. And the 40,000 square warehouses are not very fun to look at, but they're just a big open warehouse. So there's no jobs, net new jobs for this specific project.
Approximately how many employees do they have now, just for the public?
Sure. Right. Just over 50.
We're very fortunate to have Taskmasters here. They're a great company, and I know this equipment that they buy is extremely expensive, and they're a big part of our community.
The city as well. They're the only time the company has asked for assistance from the city was in 2011 when they purchased the facility, and I think they had a 3-year tax abatement at that time. But that was it.
Nathan, you mentioned to me earlier, this is just on the improvements.
Yes, sir. It is on the eligible property, the piece of equipment, and the building. And so the council understands how that's broken out. I'll give a letter, however you would want that, Ed, but to the council. And so we worked with Shirley Dickerson, and the piece of equipment has its own tax ID, and then she will send me. She's willing to send me every year a letter of the valuation for the building, for the 40,000 square feet only, and the piece of equipment. So you will have that number. They'll pay 100% of the taxes, and whatever. And if on your consideration and your approval, that 75% back will be returned back for that 7 years, and or till it reaches $100,000 value to the company.
So, do you happen to know what their tax evaluation was prior to this expansion and what it is now?
I do. I can actually. Let me. I have the 2022 valuation, and I have the 2023, but I have on me the for the 40,000 square feet and the piece of equipment. The valuation was 5.672 million. Yes. Well, that is the increase to whatever. Well, yes. And so hold on 1 sec. I'm sorry. Actually, would be. Sorry. Yes, that was the. Actually, I wrote it down in this bullet point. So the 2023 certified taxable value of the investments from the appraisal district, that's a signed letter from Shirley Dickerson, was 5.9. Actually, so it increased from 5.6 in 2022, which was also a certified letter from the appraisal district. So that's just these two items that we're coming to the council on. So it's just that's in addition to the building in itself, which is, I believe, an 90,000 square foot building, and any other personal property that they have inside that.
And so this technical word, abatement, whatever it is, tax rate, it's 75% per year, or up to 100,000 over a period of 7 years total. Forgive, that's what they're asking basically.
And so the total value of assistance to the entire company is 150 from us, potentially 100,000 from the city, so 250,000 total.
So Nathan, is the state-of-the-art equipment in full production now?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the stipend that they're given is that they're maintaining their level, even though they've added a state-of-the-art piece of equipment that takes the place of several jobs, and so they're still going to maintain the same level of employment as they have right now, even though they're adding that equipment, correct?
Correct. And so there was a small downsizing. I think they had they lost a shift of, and the employees were warehousing employees, so in that $12 range. But they've been hiring. They hired their new president is Steve Courageous. So they're making a lot of C-suite level moves to diversify their product lines. So a large part of their current market is trailers, as we well know. We're in the trailer country here, but they're diversifying a lot of their products, and they've realized, again, a lot of it coming out of the pandemic, as you were mentioning earlier, supply chain, as all of our companies have reevaluated their value chain upstream and downstream. They're really trying to make sure they can add value wherever they can, with knowing with the skill sets they've acquired in their manufacturing or warehousing and distribution and logistics operations.
So there's a clawback if, say that in 7 years they reduce another shift or part of a shift and they don't maintain there's a clawback that they gotta pay us back.
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember on the clawback piece. So what's good about the city's part, so I'll explain so ours is 4 years, and we're gonna hold them to that as well for our piece, and they do have to pay it back. We'll actually forgive incrementally the 150,000. So what's great about the city side is every year in January, so the way your timeline is set up, when you get your letter and they pay their taxes, let's just say it's January 30th, we can go back and look at this and see if they're performing against it, and you don't have to reimburse them for that year. It's the same for 7 years. It's 75% is what we're recommending. Is that what you're asking me?
I'm just saying, let's suppose it's year 6, they let some people go, do we get to claw back for the first through the 7 years, or is it just every time they meet a year, they checked it off, they go to a new year?
The language, I don't believe it says going back and doing a cumulative clawback. It would just be for that year. The jobs were maintained in those years that it was, and that's, income that was able to be spent and paychecks that were made. Well, they're promising for at least 4 years because that's tied to us. That's tied to the IDC piece. Well, no, it's tied to the IDC piece. They have to have. We're giving a little bit more. So they're gonna, I think, be incentivized to really work for it. And they're really trying. If you know the family, and just for the council's benefit as well, and for the community. One of their competitors recently located in a nearby city, in a 100,000 plus square foot facility, and so really huge facility, had a huge groundbreaking. So we're really proud that there are tire and wheel manufacturer and distributor, and there's some of that component and flavor, within a one hour drive distance of us, of another large player in this space. So
I will say this: the family's very community oriented. They give a lot to the community, and I didn't realize Steve had joined them, but I know Steve, and that just that increases my approval of that.
It would be beneficial, I think, for us going forward if we could get companies to come and ask for this before they do their capital investments. I feel a little after the fact, the money's been spent, and now they're asking, and I'm just gonna, I love this family. They are great, but I know a lot of other businesses in town that are trying their best to retain their employees, and they would all like a tax break. I don't think any of them would turn it down. So these are hard decisions that we make because if we give up these taxes and we need to raise our budget next year and the next year, then the ones that are left paying that didn't get a break somehow have to pay more taxes. I think that's how it works, because we need money, and the way I understand it, one of our main resources is our property tax. The IDC has its role. I respect that, and I think that's a great institution, and we're doing a lot through our IDC. But when we start forgiving property taxes, and my follow-up question is, did they approach the county, the hospital, the schools to ask could they also have a break on those portions of their taxes, or is it just the city that they're asking for relief? Do you know that?
We're just asking the city at this point.
Okay, we have any further questions? All right, if not, we'll go ahead and open the floor for motion on this item.
I have a question. In reference to the taxes for another agency or for another city, we later, by law, was it okay to do that?
The 380 agreement is the legal way to do the tax forgiving. So yeah, it's legal. And let me defer to our city attorney to talk about legal. I don't know why I think I should talk about that.
It's just a mechanism. The 380 can be in any form or fashion. They just happen to tie this to taxes and say, okay, we're gonna kind of a reverse tax, well, he says in a kind of reverse tax abatement deal. But 380 encompasses a whole lot of other things too, right? It's not just this. So yeah, it's not like tax abatement. It's a lot bigger picture thing, whatever. So you can do it in that form or fashion. They had a constitutional amendment a few years ago that said you can make these sort of grants to business, whatever.
And Councilman Walker, if I may, one of the things that may help you as well is you tell an attorney, as this a tax abatement, it's not a tax abatement in its truest form, like a traditional tax abatement, the way those are done for companies, which is usually, if there's a lot of administrative pieces to that, you have to create an investment zone with the comptroller's office. You have it actually puts a lot of load on the appraisal district. They have to assess and evaluate the value of the property, and then do the math on it, and then submit that to the company for that specific taxing entity, whichever ones might have done it. Well, what's great about 380, and what could happen is the community does that, and they only pay, maybe if it's let's just say a 75%, they're only paying 25% taxes. Great about a 380 agreement is it's such a flexible tool that, and it's good for to protect the city's interests, because the company pays 100% of the taxes. They pay the city's tax bill, and then when you guys look at, make sure that they're doing what they need to do, and you guys, if it's a 75% tax relief package, you just cut the check to them. But they did it first and they paid it. So if it's the next year they fold, or there's things like that happen, the city doesn't have to. It can protect itself and keep its funds for that year. So it's a great way to. It's from an administrative standpoint. Shirley was thrilled at the appraisal district because it takes them out of the picture. She's like, I'll be happy to send a quick letter, and that takes me 2 minutes to you. It's really easy on the city side, and it's super. It's very flexible and very simple and streamlined.
So these companies come to you asking, the EDC asking for these?
Yes. So, and they'll ask. They ask a number of ways, like what can the city do for us? We made this investment, so we've known about this project for the 3 years that it's been working. They've been working on it. And the equipment itself was installed late last year, and so they were bringing on a new CFO. They have just a lot of changes, and there's just kind of how we work with these companies. To your point about, hey, let's just try to get this up front. I think that's a valid point, Councilwoman Sproul. But just the way this particular project occurred, it was in their best interest to come at it. Let's look at where we at right now, and go after a full package with the IDC participating, and so the way I'll say this as well. There's a number of factors and metrics that we look at the IDC when the board's considering how do we want to work. What do these people need? So if you look at old letters from my predecessor, even you'll see letters to Prefert or Pilgrim saying, listen, like because every company even depreciates its equipment. Some of them straight line, some of them they'll do a ton in the first 3 years, and so we're like, we'll adjust our abatement to however you're doing this to give you the best benefit. And that works for new companies when they're coming in. Where are they going to put this project? We can put it here. We can put it in Oklahoma. Like, what can the city do? And we're like, we'll work with you. Like, how do you depreciate your real property? How do you do it? So it's really kind of it's always kind of customized to the project. And we try to give as much as we can on our city side, but we're not a taxing entity. So because this one specifically was so capital intensive, we're approaching the city. And we try to write everything for you. Got to give it to you, so you don't have to work too hard on it. But that was kind of our for Taskmaster.
How much was the piece of equipment versus the value of the building? Do you know?
Of the new building, I believe. I believe the equipment was in the $3 million range, and then the building was 2 point something.
I would like to know how they will depreciate that a piece of equipment, and especially for ad valorem tax purposes. If we give them this break for 7 years and then it's a 10-year piece of equipment, I'd be curious to know what the expected life is and the depreciation timeline on that amount of money, since a lot of that $5 million and something, more than half of it's for that piece of equipment, and it could be relocated to another location, and that would just leave us with the building. I'd like to know the depreciation schedule on the equipment.
So one of the things they perform against is keeping it here it has to be operational in Mount Pleasant for 7 years. And so one of the things to also consider is we're in a global or even a national economy, and this company also has a plant in Idaho and one in Indiana. They could put these in different places. They're putting them in their hometown. So we really want to make sure that they know that we certainly appreciate them, and the council has expressed that. And I know you feel the same way, Councilwoman Sproul. But I know as you deal with a lot of your constituents, I know that's a concern you have to answer to a lot of people. But just that might be a response you could tell them. Say, listen, we have economic-based employers are treated a little bit differently than some of the other businesses for a very specific reason, because they have multiplier effects when it comes to their investments into their employees, which is why they're kind of treated a little bit different and handled differently.
But our give on this is particularly tied to ad valorem taxes. There's no new jobs coming, and so and to my knowledge, they don't collect a lot of sales tax for us. Most of their sales are tax exempt. So except for the ad valorem taxation for the direct impact on the city and maybe the other entities that collect ad valorem taxes, I love they're putting that state of the art equipment here, but it is not putting. Where's that multiplier coming from in this instance? I know the word retention, nice word, for there's other people here in other parts of their building and their corporate, all that sweet is nice, but I really would, back to my question, I'd like to know what the depreciation will be for the ad valorem taxing on that piece of equipment, please.
All right, if we have nothing else, the floor is open.
I'll move the tax relief package for trans.
Second that.
All right, we have a motion made by Councilman Adams, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
So we are voting yes or no on this tax relief package? Okay, nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Vote goes 4-1 in favor. We'll now close that item on the agenda. Our next item is item 10, is consider approval of IDC financial assistance expenditure for Project Cake.
Thank you again. This one's a little bit more streamlined and a little bit shorter, but this was under the code name Project Cake. Kind of not the best name, sorry. But Project Cake is a much anticipated expansion by the owners of 206 West 2nd Street LLC, aka Laura's Cheesecake, for an entirely new cheesecake production facility along Ferguson Road. The company is experiencing sale and market growth, which is driving much of their expansion plans. The company is making significant improvements to its newly purchased facility on Ferguson and investing an additional $250,000 in it, for its expansion in addition to its purchase. The investment will create 2 full-time equivalents and a part-time position. So currently they're at a single part-time. And so, the company is experiencing a kind of a hockey stick in sales, and as they're bringing on different team members, they're kind of being tentative on how they've kind of been growing the business, and they were kind of landlocked, or building locked, I should say, with their facility downtown. And so they purchased the old H&R Distributors building on Ferguson, and they're putting about $250,000 worth of improvements into it, making sure it's food grade walls and those types of things. They're washable walls, and I think there's some AC that they have to kind of expand, HVAC throughout the whole building, and some electrical work and some water line work through the parking lot and those sorts of things. But this is purely coming out of IDC funds, and it's the IDC board, voted to do a $30,000 forgivable loan. And so just wanted to come to the council, council, I was going to say something else, to the council tonight and just ask for you guys approve our disbursement of funds. So any questions?
Nathan, do they say when they plan to have it up in production?
They did. Give me one sec here. Fully operational by March 30th. How's that?
For the public, this Project Cake, this is Laura's Cheesecake, correct?
Yes, sir.
They have an existing facility downtown now.
Nathan, are they just doing the Cheesecake Factory out there, or are they working their catering business out there as well?
They've told us it's purely going to be their cheesecakes.
Will it be retail or just for shipment?
They've been pretty adamant that it will not be retail. It's purely for their production.
A lot of coolers and freezers.
Yeah, so a lot of their new equipment is going to be these really heavy freezers. They've explained it to me. There's a walk-in and there's another version. So they have stages in how they make the cakes, freeze them, and then they take them out again, do something else to them, ice them and decorate them, and then box them. And so there's different freezers along that production process.
Just out of curiosity, is there additional property there that they bought that they can add on to that facility if need be?
I am not aware of that.
Nathan, are these numbers in keeping with other comparable cash loans that you give for the creation of jobs? Is there a performance agreement? Are the wages for these employees in line with these numbers with other entities?
So yes, ma'am. So we're still working through the performance agreement piece of it. And we did have a lengthy conversation, and we always bring in our discussions, we'll bring in other comps that we've done in the last 2 or 3 years, and then we compare it kind of where we've done historically even. So that the 30,000, those numbers kind of went up and down kind of throughout the conversation in the board meeting as we try to figure out what was fair, as we try to be good fiduciary stewards. And so, yes, that was the number that's in line with what we've done comparably.
So we're asking, you're asking for us to approve this without your performance agreement being finalized?
Yes, the city council approves our disbursement of funds, which is a $30,000 commitment, which is what we've decided to do.
And again, this is just for the public. When you do these, do they come to the IDC and ask how much money you could give them, or do they come with a figure and ask on a range from 10,000 to 50,000?
So we have an application process. So each of these have filled out an application. So the application for the walkers, I think, was earlier this year, January. Then they had some delays, and then came back, and that was before they even purchased the building. There was a few options that we were all toying around. We've been working on the project for about a year. These guys asked. They gave us their list of all their costs. They see these are spoken for. This is our financing. And so they disclosed a lot of those things to us, and then they said, what do you guys do, and what can we do? And we said, we'll talk about it, and we'll compare it against and benchmark it against other projects that we've done.
So is it standard procedure to do these forgivable loans prior to the performance agreement?
So we've done them before. Well, your question was, is it what now? Is it standard procedure? For this one, as I said before, the performance agreements are always tailored to specifically what the company needs, right? So if there's a heavy capital investment piece, or if there's new jobs being created, or if there's a new building, or if it's a new company coming to town. All those sorts of things play into it, but our performance agreements are fairly standardized, and they're usually fairly simple. And the main three criteria are always jobs, wages, and taxable investment. And so the company's buying a building that was kind of sitting vacant and that was for sale, took it off the market. It's going to be taxable, and putting another $250,000, and then they're creating some full-time jobs with that. So the performance agreement will merely reflect, hey, they need to be working with our code enforcement folks, making sure they're doing everything to code, making sure our fire marshal, they have everything that they need. There's hydrants and all those sorts of things, and that they'll employ those two people, which we will track, and they'll make these investments. We'll get those receipts, and that will be the performance against it. A lot of it was timing, so which is one of the benefits and tools that the EDC can do. So when we have a project that's looking at financing, they have a building, and they're trying to make sure they understand their capital stack if they're going to be going to a bank, that we can make those decisions without spending 2 or 3 weeks working on the language and the attorneys. We can decide, hey, you're going to get this amount, and then it's just a templatized document that we plug in some numbers on.
I understand it's just based upon, because it's government work for standardization and uniformity of government.
Sure. So and again, the approval tonight would be for that we can spend $30,000, and then we have an obligation as the IDC, and we're happy to send you the copy of what that looks like. Our attorney is Jeff Moore, based in Dallas, Plano, and all that is reviewed through our attorney, and we don't do that in-house without oversight.
So this would be dispersed, and what, if you couldn't ever come to terms on your performance agreement, then would it be reimbursed? How does that work? Is there any clawback at all on this?
So the way the forgivable loan works is if they don't perform, let's just say if it's a 3-year loan or 4-year loan, and this is what I mean by we need to talk to them and say, hey, listen, what's your loan for the $250,000 to buy the freezers and all those sorts of things? Do you want this to line up with that? So you have so you're making these payments for the same amount of years, and then if that doesn't work necessarily for us for the size, the amount of loan, we might do something a little bit different. But what we'll do is, I lost my train of thought. Can you repeat your question one more time, please? Yes, clawbacks. So the way this will work from a forgivable loan standpoint is if they have the 2 people year 1 and then year 2 they don't have those same people, we don't forgive the loan. They pay that back to us. So it was a loan, but they'll pay it back to the EDC. And then in year 3, if they got back up to the 2 full-time and they have 1 full-time, then we'll forgive that portion. So it could be that we provide 2/3 of this $20,000 in 3 years. So that might be the best way. That would be the mathematical way I would, just as I'm standing here, probably do this loan. Would be $10,000 a year for 3 years. And so if they don't perform, we wouldn't forgive that loan, then they would actually owe that back to us.
Nathan, would you disperse any money before you got a performance agreement signed?
No.
No, you're just asking for if we would approve a $30,000 disbursement if all the stuff gets into place.
Yes, because we can't even do that when it's ready. This allows us to, once we get all that signed in the next week or 2 before Christmas, we'll have that check. We can work with the city to have them have that check done, and we can get it to the company.
And let me just add, that's important what you just said there, Nathan, as far as going forward. I know in our audit committee meeting here a month or so ago with our firm out of Brooks Watson, that you need to make sure and it needs to come to the city what you expect and what you inspect then from these companies on these 380s, that we are following up with them, that the time frames are met, they're all of the working parts all the commitments that there's made through you guys need to come back to the city also, just to make sure that it is being done with the taxpayer dollars. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, and so in the 5 years I've been here, we always send our agreements, and then we'll send our backup documentation to the auditors. And so happy to do that. And so, yeah, so the community knows we do not spend taxpayer money without agreements in place ever.
Again, that's for the public, just to make sure that they understand that what the checks and balance system is on this, how it has to flow through and be, I'm gonna call it double and triple checked if it can be, which it can.
Well, Tim, excuse me, I'm lost in his, you're saying the auditor said that we're needing some information, and he's saying he's supplying it, so which auditors is he supplying it to? Because I was understanding that they're needing to see some of the, updates and proof of the clawbacks or the performance agreements being, enforced.
I'm under the understanding that and I'm looking at Laurie back here, that our auditor did ask for some of that information. I think we asked you for it, and I think we've either provided or we're going to. So I think it's all worked out. But they said they needed some. Is that right, Laurie? So whatever we need, you will get it, and you'll have it. But I think they did ask for something.
I think they asked for it like in the summer or like 4 or 5 months ago, and we got it to them. And so they'll do that. We don't know what they're doing or what they're auditing. Sometimes they'll skip 2 performance agreements, but they'll hone in on one, and they just say, "Can you give us documentation?" So we'll do it for that one. So we just wait for them to tell us what they need, and we supply that to them.
So for the future, Ed, all of the performance agreements, according to the audit meeting, I'm on the audit committee, all the performance agreement, we need to have a copy of it in some of them. How would they select them?
But yes, you're right. We need to have access to all of them. So when they, but normally Nathan keeps all that. So when they ask for him, we ask him for it. And if he doesn't do it, that's a problem. But he's been able to do it, so he's keeping.
If you would like me to send those to Ed or something, I can do that. Happy to do that.
I want to be the keeper of all your documents.
I'm sending them all to Ed.
We have any further questions? All right, thank you, Nathan. We'll go ahead and open the floor for a motion on this item.
I'll make them.
Do we have a second? Okay, then we'll proceed.
I'll make a motion to approve, Project Cake.
I second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Adams, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Vote passes 4-1. We'll now close that item on the agenda. All right, our next item is item 11, which is to hold a public hearing and consider ordinance 2023-28 for the annexation of 7.644 acre tracts of land situated in the Joseph J. Dew Survey, abstract number 156, Titus County, Texas, and being part of a called 4.0 acre tract 1, and part of it called 4.03 acre tract, which is tract 2, conveyed to Lorne Oddly, wow, Cupian Rivera, in a deed known as an instrument number 20211-460 of the Public Records of Titus County, Texas. Adjoins the present boundary of the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas, and generally located north of County Road 1314 and west of Green Hill Road, which is FM 2152, Titus County, Texas, case number A 2023-01.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and Mr. Thatcher. All right. So the property here is located, it's outside the city limits, obviously. This is an annexation case. And the two tracks that we're looking at are east of, this is Green Hill Road, 2512, and then 1314. It's on the north side. And the 7.66 acres here that the applicant is requesting. Sent a letter to staff in September requesting for annexation because she wanted water service. And so with that request, the local government code allows for someone to come in and make that request. We forwarded it. Yes. So the water line is along 1314. We actually have a couple of the folks out here that are tied into the water line as well. So this is where she's seeking to have the water here to be able to tap into that water line. We came forward in February with a resolution. In that resolution, it established the date for this evening for the public hearing, as well as the municipal services agreement that's in there. That is part of your packet as well this evening. We do have the draft ordinance that has the annexation agreement in there, as well as the municipal services associated with that. And so state code requires us to be able to send out notices or send out certified notices to to those who provide services, as well as to the property owner. So staff has done that, as well as published that in the newspaper and on the city's website. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have as we move forward for the annexation.
And David, just at a high level, basically she's just wanting to be able to get city water, correct?
That's correct.
And we've had these before that asked for this, and we've approved them.
Since the legislation was passed that we can't just go out and annex property, people have to ask us for it. And so I don't know that we've had this before, maybe. Well, no, we did with the Caps boys and brothers. But yeah, that's a good point. And here, what they didn't ask for annexation, they asked for water. We said, if you ask for annexation, we can give you water. We don't provide water outside the city limits. We used to, but now, because we can't just annex them, we ask them to ask for annexation before we do that.
Okay, we have any further questions on this item? If not, we'll go ahead and open.
Just
Go ahead.
David, I think this is a public hearing. You want to close the?
I just want to make sure if we had any questions up here first. All right. Again, it is a public hearing. If no one else have anything to say, we'll close that part of it, and then we'll go ahead and open it up for a motion. Did anyone in the public have anything? Okay, we'll go ahead and close that then, and go ahead and open the floor for motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve this ordinance 2023-28 for the annexation of the 7.64 acre tract of the land that's situated and the has been presented tonight by David.
I second the.
I have a motion made by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Walker. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Vote is unanimous. We'll now close that item on the agenda.
Let me just add here a second before the mayor goes any further. I think it may be important for the public here, and I've asked the mayor if it's okay, but the mayor had lost a brother, had a brother passed away earlier before the meeting today, and I just think that's important for the public to know, and we offer our condolences and our thoughts are with you at this time, and appreciate you being here tonight under these circumstances, but I thought that would be important that you would want to know.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item 13. That's item 12, I'm sorry, item 12. Item 12, hold a public hearing and consider a request from John Denny and David Clemens for approval on a zoning change from a general retail district and a single-family residential district to a general retail district for a 0.7184 acre parcel of land described as Lot A2 and part of PT 1.5 Block 7, license height addition according to the Titus County Appraisal District records, City of Mount Pleasant, Titus County, Texas, and addressed as 1313 South Jefferson Avenue. Dave?
Yes, sir. Well, once again, thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. The property here is located it's north of Chester Street and just east of South Jefferson. It's a small property. It's a business here, and what they're asking for is to change the zoning on this for a small portion of the property that's to the rear. It's about a fourth of the property, and that's located here. As you can see, the majority of the property is general retail, and this being an office use, that is what that is zoned for. But somehow there is a small portion here that was dual zoned with that residential zoning, so the applicant is requesting to have the entire property zoned for general retail uses. It meets the comprehensive plan as well. With that, we did send out 13 notices to all the property owners. Actually did this twice. As you may know, the original public hearing was postponed to today, and so we had to re-notify everyone. And with those 13 notices that did go out, we did receive one back. It's in your packet that is against the rezoning. We did post this in the on the website as well as publish it in the newspaper. With that, this went before the Planning and Zoning Commission on November 14th, and they are forwarding a recommendation of approval as well. With that, this is a public hearing, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Did he happen to say, David, if he plans to do anything after it's rezoned, or he just wanted to get it rezoned to be all the same zoning?
He just wants to rezone the property. Doesn't, as far as today, doesn't have any plans for expansion or anything like that.
Is there any kind of fence at the back of that property, between it and any of the adjoining neighbors?
I don't know if there's a fence back there, but there is a small structure. I think it was a garage. He said they use that just for storage right now. I'm not aware if there's a fence. I looked at the aerial, and there's a lot of trees around this, so I don't know if there's a fence there or not.
If something is built there, will a fence be required to be put up there?
Yes, sir. That would be a requirement right now. If there's not a fence, it's not required to screen. But our current zoning ordinance, if he were to do anything, we'd have to bring that up to code, and that would be part of the code since there's residential behind that.
Council, will we have anything further? All right, again, this is a public hearing. If we have anyone in the public that would like to comment on this item. If not, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing part of this item and open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve this request concerning the zoning to general retail has been presented by David tonight.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Adams. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 The vote is unanimous. We'll now close that item on the agenda. All right, at this time, we'll go to item 13. Item 13 is to consider a request from Jason Bill, applicant owner, for the approval of preliminary plat for a 6.978 tract of land located in the Henry W. Jones Survey Abstract number 307, Titus County, Texas, and in the City of Mount Pleasant, and being identified as Lot 5 and PT 4B 2.56 acres, Block 349, Mount Pleasant City Blocks, and Lot 6, 5.8224 acres, Block 349, Mount Pleasant City Blocks, Titus County, Texas, City of Mount Pleasant, Texas, and generally located at the northwest corner of the intersection of East Ferguson Road and Choctaw Street.
Yes, sir. Once again, thank you, Mayor and members of the council, Mr. Thatcher. You may recognize this property. This is the location where Symmetry Sports is planning their expansion. It was a zoning case back in May. As they're moving through the process, the preliminary plat is the next step. And the preliminary plat, we're just looking to make sure that we have the proper easements in place, water, sewer, and that sort of thing. And so with this, what the applicant has provided is how this is going to lay out. You have the main building that's going to be located here with the parking essentially located here. This is going to be an area also that would be for a laydown yard. Water and sewer is going to be located along East Ferguson, and so we did check into all that. The only thing that the applicant is working with is with SWEPCO to be able to provide electricity to that project. With that, this did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission as well, and they are recommending approval of the preliminary plat, and staff is recommending approval as well. With that, the applicant is here this evening, and who is representing Symmetry Sports, and he's here available to answer questions as well.
I might just add that Symmetry Turf, I'm going to say more or less cut their teeth here in Mount Pleasant and started here, and they're a growing company that's employing a lot of people, and they've done work for the city before also, but we're glad to have them here in our town. I'd just like to add that.
So what's the, if you could come up and answer this question, what's your timeline from the time you break ground to the time you plan to be operational in that new facility?
Can be fast enough. We're still working on design. We just went through a 65% design review, making changes on it. Jason's going to be the contractor. He's going to build it himself. We are there as design build support. Design build consortium and our team. Looking at having 100% drawings done, and as soon as we get all the approval from the city, we're probably going to be breaking ground first of the year and have it completed within 12 months. So. Oh, Chris Basham. I'm an architect and a city planner and farmer and a few other sundry things.
Again, Mr. Basham, for the public, what type of dollars are we looking at putting into this project? Do you know offhand?
Yes, it's $2.5 to $3 million for the construction.
And again, for the public, how many employees do y'all have at this time?
27 he's got at this time. The space will hold up to 56, and it's about 17,000 square feet, 2-story.
Great, thank you.
All right, that's awesome. Do we have any further questions? All right, thank you once again. Floor is open for a motion on this item.
Well, we're proud to have Jason building that type of facility here. The renditions look wonderful, so I'll move the request for the preliminary plat.
I'll second that motion.
All right, I have a motion made by Councilman Adams, second by Councilman Dale. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 And vote is unanimous. We'll now close that item on the agenda. Thank you again, sir. All right, our next item is item 14. Discussion and consider approval of proposal from Titus County on the county city fire contract. Statute.
Mayor and council, on the November the 21st, I received an email from Judge Cooper. We've been talking back and forth about changes to our current contract that was approved. 10-year contract was approved a year ago in September of 22, and let me just read the changes that he'd like to have made, or that the commission does. It's not just necessarily him, but the commission. Sending you in writing what was discussed in this special meeting of the Commissioners Court. Wants a new 10-year contract. Wants the amount of the contract to be $750,000 per year for 2 years, then an increase by 2.5% for years 3 through 10. Then he wants to have the city respond to all fires and vehicle accidents. He wants no capital purchases, only service. And as we previously discussed, the city to buy the interest the county has in existing fire trucks and equipment at the current fair market value. And those are basically the changes he'd like to see in the current contract, or the commission would like to see in the commission. And so we have it on this agenda to discuss.
Okay, I'll have a few questions here. No capital purchases, that's something that wasn't in the last contract that we...
The thing that happened over the years, and before I came, 20 or 10 years before I came, the county participated in purchasing. They've actually purchased a truck themselves. It's now, I think, 20 or 22 years old. We use it as a we call it the reserve, but we use it to block traffic on the freeway if we have to. So no, that's a different one. Oh, it is a reserve truck. We have 2 other pumpers and over the years, the county has paid for different things, paid for firefighters or whatever over the years. But 2015 or 16, they paid half of a pumper truck that we're using now is in service. In 2019, when I came, we bought another fire truck for $610,000, I think, and they paid $305,000, and we paid $305,000, 50%. And so their proposal is, and by the way, I don't have any problem with it, is that they would no longer pay for 50% of their trucks or anything. They just pay for us to provide service for them. We own the trucks, we buy the trucks, we have the men, we train the men, we have the equipment. And if we have free time to put ourselves out there, they would pay us a certain amount of money to go fight fires for them. And that's what they're proposing. Although he is saying, I'll just point out that the trucks were bought under another era and administration, and so the question as to whether or not you want to pay back for existing trucks that were bought years ago versus if we put an agreement together, we go forward and we just don't do it anymore, kind of thing. But those are the issues we need to talk about tonight. And by the way, it is a contract that was done. By the way, I think that we have Lee Ream here, who is a special attorney that we've had, and you know, Kerry didn't get involved in the fire contract issue that we had a year and a half ago. So Lee did that, so she's here with Kerry to answer any questions that we might have. And if you remember, we sent a proposal over to drop the 1.3 million, where we are now, down to 1.1. And I think we changed some provisions in that contract and actually voted for it and sent a contract over for them to look at, and they voted that down. And then they just sent this back as a proposal. And whatever we do, I would recommend that we approve it with whatever changes we want. And then if Kerry and Lee think that's all right, then let them insert the changes and actually approve the contract tonight with these changes, and then let us insert the changes, make sure it's right. Are we able to do that? And then we send them back an actual contract that's been approved to consider. Yeah. So that's where we are, and Lee, if you have anything to add, but that's where we are.
I think that's the only terms I'm aware of, Lee, just so what he's proposed there.
You gotta hold the button down and you gotta say your name and address. No.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I agree. I think you've summarized their proposal that they've provided. It isn't in the contract format. They've said, I assume that it would be working with the last draft that we sent them. under that last draft and the previous contract, there were provisions about, if there were going to be purchases made by the city that for capital equipment or things like that, that the county would be notified of that, and so arrangements could be made to fund half of it. And so, yeah, this is saying they don't want to do that. Right.
Correct. We also put in there at that time, you know, from what they sent us concerning that, that we would, that if we opted to finance, that they would have the option to finance also. There was several things in that last contract that we sent back to them. I've got some legal questions that I would like to ask you, and I think we need to, I'm asking if we can recess into executive session and ask some of the questions to y'all.
I will speak for my opinion on this. The Open Meetings Act provides the council certain certain reasons that you can go into executive session. One of them is to consult with a lawyer about legal opinions, because that's inherently a private matter that, you know, is supposed to be handled that way. So you can certainly discuss something of that nature if you have legal questions in executive session. Your agenda includes language that refers to that, and if you if someone on the council feels that they need to have that type of discussion, you can request to go into executive session. And at the same time, I would also, I don't want to overstep your city attorney.
No, that's true, but they are limited to legal, strictly. I mean, as far as, you know, just negotiating terms or whatever, it's just anything to do with legal. So that is all that you can discuss about.
That is correct. And then that we do have some questions, some legal questions. The city council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time to discuss any matters listed on the agenda as authorized by the Texas Government Code 551.071, and this will be for consultation with the attorney. At this time, we will go into executive session.
So Kerry, can I ask you, so if the county went in and if they discussed terms of the contract, they violated the Open Meetings Act?
They have a provision in the Open Meetings Act about contract discussions on there. They have, it refers on there to contract, but it has some stipulations as to what it says for them. So
at this time, we'll reconvene back into our regular agenda and revert back to item 14, where we're having discussion and consideration of approval of the proposal for the Titus County on the fire contract.
Mayor and council, I would like to say that they asked for specific things in the contract. If you remember, we sent a contract over representing 1.1 million, an amendment to our current contract, and the commission denied that or turned that down, and they asked for these provisions. And so I think I said it earlier, I would propose that we whatever we put together, we make a motion to approve to amend our current contract to add these things or take something out, and then approve it tonight, so that what we can put together is a contract we can send to them that's already been approved, so we don't have to come back in 2 weeks, and they can just take it and address it.
As I'm looking here, they asked for a 10-year contract, which I don't think we have a problem with a 10-year contract. We don't want anything less than that. I think that's what's worked in the past for all these years.
That would, by the way, previous conversations with them is they expect that we would take this contract through this year to the end of September 30. So a new contract, as we approve, would take effect October 1, 24, I think. That can be changed too, but I believe they were okay with taking this through this year.
I don't think I personally have a problem with that, with starting with a new 2-year contract in 1st of October. I'm sorry, 10-year contract on October 1 of 2024. What does the council think on that?
I agree.
You know, I think that we're definitely better off for the citizens of Titus County and the citizens of Mount Pleasant are definitely better off with one fire department. I've said that so many times, and I'll continue to say that. I think we give a good quality fire service, and always have. That's never been in jeopardy. I think the only thing that's been in question has been the amount that the county can pay or wants to pay for the quality fire service that they get. Does anyone want to add to that?
I echo what you say, Dale, or Kim.
With I'm just trying to help us think through this and what we want to counter them with here. The $750,000 for 2 years and an increase by 2.5 for years 3 through 10. I don't think that's not acceptable to the council. Anyone want to respond on that? I don't think that's acceptable for us.
Well, that doesn't even cover our operating costs. I mean, we'd have to get Chief to maybe help us more on those numbers, but that's like $550,000 less than what we're working with them now, right?
And
one of the provisions they're asked to take out, and that we had talked about, is that we will buy all the equipment from now. We won't ask them to share in 50% costs or any of that. So we'll take care of hiring the firefighters, training them, equipping them, and so forth. And they'll just be paying for the service they get. It'll be a service contract, as Kerry's mentioned before.
as we went through this and talked about it a good bit, couple of us spent a good bit of time on it. So just before we started trying to work into this contract we're in now, I'd like to remind everybody the number we were at, not quite 2 years ago, but a year ago, in a little bit, was it 960 was where we were. So I'd just like for y'all to think about that a little bit. We were trying to get to a percentage of payment of you pay this percent, I'll pay this percent, and whatever. But honestly, we can make it a lot cleaner, you know, a lot easier. And like you said, just making a service contract just makes it easier, in a cleaner provision.
I agree, Councilman Adams. I think the cleaner, the simpler, the better on what we provide. We've got a service that we're providing to the, to an entity, which in our case is to the Titus County. I'm gonna throw something out here on dollars, and, I guess it's something to work off of. I think that we could, go 980,000, on a 10-year contract starting October 1 of 2024, and with a 3.5% increase yearly over that period of time. That's something for us to start with. What's the thought or the will of the council?
I have a question. Lori has left, but I have to ask Larry and Ed, if this were the case, would you be able to support the requirement to pay the staff that you have now?
Let me just say, to pay the cost increase for just firefighters, for the fire department this year was a 5%, like everybody else. But just to fund that for them was $500,000. So, so in fact, in talking with them and trying to figure out how we'd close the gap from 1.3 down to 0, and I've talked to a couple of the fire in charge of the association. I said, we're looking at ways to do that. And if we added 6 people in the last year to help us get 2 more per shift to help us with overtime to keep our minimum. Talking about dropping our minimum down, and maybe through attrition, taking that back down from 36 to 30. Well, that alone is only about a $440,000 saving. And so, as I talked to them, if we laid it down another 6, that's another 4. Now we're talking 880, and we still haven't closed it, you know. So we couldn't go below 30 because we just couldn't run our department. I was just pointing out that it's a hard thing to take it down, and I did say that we may forego an increase next year, which means another 500, a little more than 500,000 we would save to be able to close that gap.
With citizens that have served this county all these years and their family, some that are very close to retirement, that like 3 years out, how you're affecting their lives at this point.
One of the things we said is if we had to lay any, it'd be the newer ones we hired. It wouldn't be, it's like last hired, first laid off kind of thing. We would not put a plan in. They ask us this question, are you going to say we'll take the older guys ready for retirement, tell them you got to go? No, we weren't going to do that.
I'm going to speak on behalf of the young generation. If you're in your 20s and 30s and you have a wife and family and you're starting your career, you're just as important to you as if you're older in your career. That's the reason you took on that particular career as a lifestyle.
I'm just saying, if we don't have a contract, we do have a letter saying they plan on getting out September 30, so of 24. And if we don't get a contract, then we are going to have to make those hard decisions because we can't do it over 2 or 3 or 4 years. We're going to lose that money now. So the end of September, we've got to close that gap.
I would say this, as far as I'm concerned, the position we're in at this point, the major reason that I would back up would be this, that we are not only the city, county and county residents, such a big part of our lives as well. I know they're y'all's lives. I know they're my lives. And like Tim said, we work better together. I would the backing up to 980 is just it's an olive branch to say let's move forward from this. Let's start here. Let's move forward with an annual 3.5% increase and put it on a 10-year contract, and let's just move forward and let's do this together. This is a time for us to, for lack of a better term, to hold hands and let's get through this together. Times are difficult for everybody, but we can do this easier if we'll stick in this contract. It's not going to be easy, period, but we can do it.
You know, this has been hard on both entities. I know the county and the city, but what we've got to look at is what is best for our citizens of this county. And I think for us to stay together, Mount Pleasant provide good quality fire service. We just need to try to do this, but we can just go so far. This is I think a very fair proposal, and so hopefully, if the will of the council.
And the public needs to realize too, this is not just a fire service. Our city fire department goes out on behalf of EMS, first responder. That's part of being a first responder. Our fire department and our firefighters go out there and help individuals involved in accidents, not just fires, and they help rescue them from being trapped in a vehicle. So there's more to it than just getting a water hose and putting a fire out. This fire department is very integral to our city and our county, the whole community. And like Councilman Adams said, let's just do, this system works. And the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. It's been working good for all these years, and I think we have a good relationship with each other, and we get along well, and I want this to work. And I know a lot of citizens that I've talked to want this to continue working like it has been for all these years, for all these decades. They don't want to see a change like that. They think it works great like it is. And I have to echo those citizens, and I stand behind them 100% on this.
I think we all know that common sense would tell you it's better to have it all managed out of one fire department. And of course, the city will benefit. It begins to be, how do you weigh it? Where's the benefit coming from? Remember, the city taxpayer is also a county taxpayer. So if they break off and do their own fire department and they have to raise their tax revenues, then we're going to pay a percentage of that too. But at some point, just to be fair, how much does the city alone taxpayer that's a county resident, I'm going to continue to pay county taxes and city taxes, how much am I going to pay for our first class fire department, and let everybody that lives outside the city limits benefit from that? What's it worth to that entity, that person, for their protection, their property, their business? We have a lot of businesses, schools, we have a lot of things outside the city limits that beg us and beg them to stay with us. It's tough. There's never going to be an easy thing in there. I don't think there's a measurement to exactly get it. This is the magic number. This is what you have to pay. This is what we're going to pay. You know, what's it worth to the city taxpayer to keep the level of fire service and protection that we've come to enjoy? And by the way, we have an outstanding staff. I missed their Christmas party Saturday night because I didn't get my invitation, but I'm over it. It's my favorite Christmas party. But no, with all that said, it is a very delicate situation in my opinion, because I do pay taxes to both entities. None of us want to see anyone a mile out of the city limits suffer. If we can help them, we're going to go, because we do mutual aid with other counties and other cities around us that really, sometimes I wonder where the mutual comes from. We've got all the big guns, we've got all the army, we've got the stuff, and they've got a few gallons of water and maybe a few hands. But anyhow, through that, we know we're not going to just not go if there's a big incident outside of the city limits. But it's, the bottom line is what are we gonna ask for them to consider in their budget to help keep this fire department intact? There's no way that they can put together anything for $960,000 a year, 980, excuse me, I think you were proposing in that range, and hire a few folk and get a building and a facility, and they haven't even really thought about the management that it's gonna take to manage that sucker on a day-to-day, month-to-month, year-to-year basis. It's gonna, those commissioners, I just don't think they understand the burden that they're putting on their administration on that side of it to take on that concern, all the regulations, all the training, all the consideration that goes into it. It's not easy. It's not easy. I go out to eat sometimes, more than I should. Sometimes my cooking's better than what I'm gonna go eat, but I go because I'm tired and I wanna pay somebody to cook it, bring it to me, and clean up the mess. Okay, I'm paying for that service. I don't expect them to, well, Sherry, you look hungry, I think I'll just feed you for free tonight. Okay? I love everybody in this county. I love all of us. What we're struggling for here is what's a fair price for that budget to kick into our budget to maintain what we have now. Okay, so at some point, we're gonna have to, the 750,000, I don't know where that number came from. I don't know, I don't know. They just sent it over. I'm sure they have some kind of a metric. I'm sure they have some sort of a evaluation. I'd like to know where they got that figure. And at the same time, if my understanding's right, want us to maintain or even increase our responses. Well, that's going backwards. So I don't know if there's a clear, if they're really asking us to negotiate in good faith, or if it's just some sort of a gesture so they can tell people, well, we tried. I don't know. I'm sure they have the best of intentions. But the bottom line on our side of it is we represent the city taxpayer. That doesn't mean we misrepresent everybody, but our decision tonight is for what's best for the city taxpayer and their budget and the service that we can provide through those numbers. If it's a benefit, and obviously it is, to get another sum of money to help maintain what we have, but used to, they said that a lot of our dispatches for 50% or more are outside the city limits. You know, yeah, we're taking on all that management and that risk, and we're taking on all the issues that come with fire departments and maintaining them. And that's all great. But if 50% or more of our time out of the station is outside of the city limits, and our budget's $4.3 million, bumping 22 to 25% of it seems like a very reasonable number to me. And if we're gonna give them the luxury of being able to say, your new rate is this for 10 years at 3.5%, I'm just saying, if we go with this, I wish we had here tonight that luxury. We just got beat up on the expense of upgrading our water infrastructure. It is going to stagger all of us, industry and individuals. Our water bills in the next 5 years are gonna be up 30-40% of what they are right now. That's a given. That's assuming we don't have some other stuff. That still didn't take into consideration the new water meters we're gonna get. That's gonna increase it. Well, all the chemicals, it's on and on. I listened to a report this morning that 2024, everybody's got their own gurus. We're looking at more unemployment, we're looking at higher interest rates, and more inflation. So we're giving them a gift if we're able to come together to offer them a fee of whatever it is, and a small percentage increase for 10 years. They know exactly where they stand. They've got the luxury then in their budget that we will never have here, because we get hit with all the unexpecteds every budget season. And in the spirit of good faith, if it comes to a 10-year agreement, I'll do it. I actually think it's too long. I think the future is too uncertain on expenses and requirements from legislators beyond us that mandate certain things that we have to have for protections and equipments and trainings and all that. I think that's going to change a lot too in the next 10 years. So I think if we're able to do this, council, I think we're offering them an extremely generous option I think I know it's best for the county resident outside the city limits. I still wonder if it's best for the citizen inside that's paying both tax bills, okay? I just wanted to go on the record and say that. I love those guys. I love everybody. And if you come to me and I know you need a drink, I'm going to give you a drink of water. That's not the point. But we're talking about money and budgets. They all wanted on the city. We were hit earlier tonight with a tax break for a business, but they didn't go to any other taxing entities and ask for a break for them to get this business in here. They always come to the city, the city, the city. That's one thing I've learned. This is a tough job up here in this seat. It's tough, and it makes it look like we don't care, we don't understand. It's tough. I would like to have heard from more citizens on this. I heard from a few. But this is where we are. So I just wanted to go on the record. I think if we extend this offer to them, a 10-year fixed deal where they know exactly where they stand for 10 years with a level of service, I think we have more than extended an olive branch and given them a more than fair option. If they think it's not a good option, there's a point that there's just nothing we can do about it.
All right. Did you have something? All righty. All right, well, we have discussed that, and at this time, there's no further discussion on the item. I will open the floor for a motion to do either or.
Well, Mayor,
Go ahead.
maybe we could talk about what it is we're gonna make a motion about.
Yes,
So we
yes.
get all the points.
Right.
See our secretaries out there writing it down. Our legal secretary, our your secretary.
So I just want to make sure that whatever motion is made, that, you're clear on what it is you're responding. There's the 4 points that are made in the offer, and I just, I think you want to be clear in whatever direction you're providing, and what you do. So, because for example, there's the 10 years beginning October 1st, the annual price and the percentage increase after the first 2 years. And then I think the other issue is they've asked that you respond to all fires and vehicle accidents. And the city has thus far the chief can answer this better than I can, but for the last 20 plus years has responded to certain fires. The VFW responds to brush fires and vehicle fires. And so as I read what they're saying back, they're saying they want you to cover those that the VFWs or volunteer fire department's been doing.
Yeah, as far back as 1997, when the first contract was put in place, the volunteer fire departments in the county were responsible for the car fires and the vehicle fires in their district. And if they couldn't respond or they needed help, then we would come. And that's kind of their bread and butter. That's what our VFDs do, is the car fires and the grass fires, and they provide support for us at structure fires, like bringing us water, their tankers and what have you. And the same thing on the motor vehicle accidents. They come and help support our operations, whether it's traffic controls, setting up helicopter landing zones or what have you. But the grass fires and the car fires have always been the VFD's responsibility primarily in their districts. Now, in our district, we took care of the car fires and the grass fires. But in their districts, they were responsible for that. And then if they didn't respond or needed help, we went.
And let me just add, we are so fortunate to have a good volunteer fire department as we have out in our community. These people work for basically nothing. They give of their time, their training, and they're much needed. I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, and we as a city appreciate the VFDs. I know Marcus Williams is here with us tonight, and we appreciate all of the volunteers and what y'all do, how you keep it, the aid to the Mount Pleasant Fire Department. We sincerely appreciate that on all y'all do on behalf of the citizens of our town and county.
You know, we have said more than once that the volunteer fire departments are important to us, and we have done everything we can, and we'll continue to do what we can to support them, give them the training, offer anything that we can do to help them be a better department. But all we can do is offer. We can't make them come to the training. We can't make people join the volunteer fire department. That's up to the individual, but they are an important part of our fire and rescue response in the county.
So do we need to get clarity on that one bullet point, that they're not asking to exclude the VFDs, or that they are? We need to figure out what they're really asking there.
I think, and I'll just run this by the council, but the original contract, Lee, Kerry, that we had, that's in effect now, you know, we reject this proposal that came to us here. I think the council rejects this, and I guess we'll do that formally or whatever. But, you know, we're willing to do a 10-year contract with, like the wording is in there now, with the 3-minute clause, or where we go when we're called, and within 3 minutes, if we're not called, then we automatically go, and if they on a courtesy call, then we turn around and come back if that's the case. All the language is in there now. Do a 10-year, do it simple, do a 10-year contract. Well, you know, them pay us $980,000 with a 3.5% increase, and we'll respond just like as a contract will reach now. Is that what the council's looking at doing? Like you know, we're changing from the $1.3 million to forget the $1.1 million, forget the $750. We're willing to do the $980 for a 10-year contract with the language that's in there now, and let's get this.
So I think that, I mean, certain what the email from the county judge exactly meant, but he says that, I believe that covers the major changes to the contract the city previously provided. So it sounds to me like he was responding to the proposal that you all sent to him. So yes, the 1.1. And so what I might suggest is that you just propose revisions to that, like your, you know, what you're summarizing.
So Lee, you and Kerry, or you would work on the red lines to send those back to their attorney so they can review those?
Henry, what we're proposing is you have an existing there's been a lot of back and forth. Well, forget it. If none of it was accepted, it didn't materialize. Okay, so you have an existing contract. And to simplify really Lee's job, because she's got it on her computer, to simplify her is just to amend that existing contract that you signed. Forget all this other stuff. Just forget it and say, these are the points that we're willing to amend. It needed to be addressed about capital improvements that going forward. That's it. Price, duration, and increase. Those are your proposed amendments. But what Ed is saying, and I agree with, put it in the form of amendments to your existing contract and send it to them where they can say, this is what it looks like. This is what it came off of Lee's computer. This is what it looks like right here. These are the amendments that we're proposing that would be incorporated into that existing contract, and then you can accept it or reject it. Is that a good way of saying it, Lee?
In the morning, I'd like to have a statement like what they did, send to the judge and said, these are the provisions. We're going to amend the contract. These are the provisions we're going to amend, kind of thing. So expect a contract to come, but we'll have something we can give him tomorrow. And then do the contract. But the motion approves the contract with these things. Is that possible? And then we can send them over a signed contract without having to come back in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Lee's gotta fly back tomorrow, so don't put her under too heavy a deadline tomorrow, but. Okay, but I think that's, I think that's the simplicity of it right there is you have an existing contract. Forget all the, whatever we back forth. These are the bullet points, these are the amendments that are before you. There we go.
One thing that would be something that could be different, because I'm not certain exactly, which proposal they were working from, or the existing contract or the one we proposed, is that the current contract allows for 1-year termination for convenience. And what, as I understand what the parties have been talking about, is that not being the option, right? That it would only be termination for cause. Yes, that's right. Yeah, tweaked the existing one, yeah. So I think if you respond to these material terms, we can, I wouldn't, Ed, I don't really wouldn't have y'all sign it. I would just have it sent over and, yeah.
That's exactly what I would recommend, Lee, is just something simple back to them, on what we're looking at doing here with the 10-year, the 980, 3.5%, and just as quick as you can get the contract drawn up and they get their legal to look at it, then hopefully we'll have a done deal. If not, this is.
One thing, excuse me, the one thing I wanted to clarify on the grass fires and the vehicle fires, and I believe it's in the language of the contract we sent over, was if it is, like on the grass fires, if we're in drought conditions and the situation is such that the fire is gonna spread, we don't wait for the 3 minutes, we don't wait for them to call, we automatically respond to get our resources on that fire and get it shut down as soon as we can. Same thing on a vehicle fire. If we know they're going on like an 18-wheeler, we automatically go. If it's just a passenger car or pickup, so we monitor that, and that language was in the contract, the 1.1 million, I believe, that was over. So we'd leave that too.
We're going to continue to give the good quality fire service that the county has came to expect. We're going to demand that we give them that, and it's going to continue. Nothing's going to be taken away as far as the quality of service, by no means.
So, Chief, if I get out here on the freeway and I have an accident and I'm not in an 18-wheeler, you're not coming? Is that what you just said?
No, sir, we go to all the vehicle accidents. That was if you're driving an 18-wheeler and it catches on fire, then we'll be there too. So.
I want to ask the chief something, and this is just information that I haven't confirmed, but I heard that this morning, and that service, there's so many initials where they check y'all's radio systems and emergency management stuff, and they check radios periodically, and that since the county chose to split away from you providing that EMS, that emergency services stuff, that nobody answered their radio, so there was no check done. And I'm not doing it to condemn anybody on, I don't know why it wasn't answered, but on something as routine as that, they're already having trouble with their efforts to break away from us. And they started with emergency management, just that designation and those responsibilities. I don't know how critical that is, that someone respond to those radio checks by, do you know the organization I'm talking about? Can you verify, am I on the right track? Was that just coffee shop talk, or was there some validity to that?
Our COG, we have a repeater located on our North Water Tower that allows all of the emergency operations centers in our COG to communicate during a disaster. If all the phones go down, if we have no other way to communicate, then we have that system, and we test that monthly, and we do a roll call of all the emergency operations centers, and you're correct, Titus County did not answer this morning.
And that's I didn't bring that up to criticize anyone or to point them out or to make them feel bad. I brought it up as a point of management and response and every little detail that's gonna go into them having their own fire department, if you will, to cover the needs outside the city. I just implore and beg them to reconsider that, for the good of the citizens out there, that we can provide them with the good quality coverage that they've enjoyed, if we can just come to terms on this, on the fair split on the price.
I agree. I'm starting my 50th year in the fire service this year, and we have always provided fire protection to the county. Back in the early days, it was pretty slim, but we are to the point now we provide an excellent level compared to other counties our size and our cities. They do not get the level of fire protection that we provide to our citizens. We send 6 to 8 people, depending on how many is on duty, to a call in the county, plus all the apparatus. And that still leaves us people we could call back in if we had to. If it's bad enough, we're 6 to 8. We're just saying that's the guys that are on duty right now. If we can keep our staffing at 36, which hopefully we can, but no other county our size provides the level of fire protection we do.
I have a question for Lee. It's in regards to the terms in the current contract. I don't have it here in front of me, so maybe you can answer the question. When it comes to whether it's 2.5% or 3.5%, is the language written in there that is an annual escalator? Because in here, it's just like, the bullet point says increase by 2.5% for years 3 through 10. Depending on how you interpret that, that could be 2.5% for that whole 3 through 10. I want to make sure the language states that it is a annual escalator of whatever agreed amount percentage, we come to.
I think what I heard Tim say was the first year is 960, the second year is 980, and then the next year is that plus 3.5%. There's no 2 year at one flat.
No, I realize that, but I'm saying in the language, it's got to state that it's an annual thing that happens after that period kicks in. Yes, sir.
I think a counter is effectively a rejection, so, sure.
Thank you so much, Lee. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Chief.
I still got to open the floor for a motion. Go ahead.
I made the motion, and Gailey, then we had discussion, so you're going.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we had a motion made by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Adams. We got to make it.
Okay. The motion is the 10-year contract with a 980, starting in October 1 of 2024, and the language will be changed. No capital purchases on vehicles. Response to the fires and all will be as we discussed, that we will be going to those after the 3-minute call, and like we've done in the past, and the rest of the language will be basically, Lee, I think would it be fair to say, what's in the contract that we sent back to him on the 1.1 that was tweaked from the original contract. So that would be our proposal.
And
yes, with the 3.5. I'm sorry, with the 980 with a 3.5% increase annually starting in year 2.
And I'll second that motion.
Yes, so no, we're working from the no termination for convenience.
That's correct.
Great.
Have we addressed about the vehicle and capital investment purchases? Is that also included, that we're taking that out? From that going forward, the city will just take care of that?
All righty. Well, I think that clarifies the motions that were made by Councilman Dale and Councilman Adams second, and I'm gonna ask that Madam Secretary record a vote on that motion.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous. We'll now close that item on the agenda. I want to say to all the firefighters, our city firefighters, those that's working with the county and has been and been doing a remarkable job, and also to those that are in the county, our volunteers. I really appreciate all the hard work you do. A lot of people don't realize how much goes into it. Like I said, it's been a while since I've been a fireman, but I was a fireman in the Navy, and having to work sometimes with the city going out to respond. So I have an idea of what you guys go through. So I just wanted to say that I really thank you all for the hard work you do. All right, now that item is closed, we have item 15, which is our city manager's report.
Yes, I wanted to announce that next, on the 15th, is a Friday, is we're having our city employee Christmas party, and I'm sad to realize that it's not Councilwoman Sproul's favorite Christmas party, by the way, but even though that's the true, we are inviting any of the council. Yeah, at least you're invited to it. Yeah, right. And so, anyway, that's going to be at noon Friday at the Civic Center. And yeah, we'll send you a flyer and remind you that and so forth. So, and that's all I have. If you have any questions,
To make a quick announcement, the Daughters of the American Revolution this year will be having the Reach Across America at Cortina Cemetery on December the 16th at 11 a.m. And following that service, they will go to Neville's Chapel, Union Hill, and Edwards Cemetery. I asked everybody to come out and support this effort of our American veterans.
Mr. Thatcher, just a quick question. A couple people asked me, when will the new street light be working? They see they're up, the new lamp posts, but they haven't come on yet. So they were just wondering.
you're talking about out here on the yeah. The from 3rd Street to 4th Street on Jefferson, and then across 4th from Jefferson to Madison. They all got put up, but we don't have an electrical panel. I think Jake talked about it earlier. And when that gets in, they'll put it in, and then they'll be workable. We really thought the contract was going so well, we'd have them up and going for this Christmas season. But once again, we promise we'll have them ready for next season. We thought we were going to get that done this time. But it has to do with not getting the panel in. We had to get an easement. They've agreed to put it on. The owner of the old City Hall has agreed to allow us to put it there. We got an easement to do that. The line's been put in. They had to go up through their driveway, and we were going to put it on the wall of the little courtyard behind the next building over. But they're saying they're going to take that out, and they're going to try to plat all of the property back there, so there'll be an easement, and everybody will own property to the alley kind of thing, which is going to be good for future, because it's been messed up, I know, for years, and it's been a mess. So they're going to try to fix it. So they're really cooperating with it, and they asked us to switch the panel from on that fence to over on this building, and gave us the easement to do it. So we're just waiting for the panel to come in. It'll probably be after Christmas, but it'll be up for next year. By the way, if you'll notice, we still have 2nd Street, Jefferson from 2nd to 3rd. That's going to be a gap that's not in. And then also from Madison down to 2nd Street to complete that loop. So that'll be future projects when we hope the cost of doing that comes down a lot. Yes, and it looks like the horses are, I'm looking around for somebody that can tell me, but I think the horses are going Friday night and Saturday night. So if you guys, if you'll let us know if you want to come ride the horses and take the loop around, we can do that, but it's only Friday and Friday and Saturday night. Let us know what night.
I've had a lot of compliments on the downtown, Christmas festivities and the lights and all. People enjoy going down there, getting the Christmas spirit, so thanks again to everyone that participated in helping put those up with the city, and I think the citizens are benefiting from it. They're enjoying it, from what I'm hearing.
All right, that's awesome. Well, we'll go ahead and close out the city manager's report at this time. We now move on to executive session. I know you guys forgot about it, but that's okay. All right, pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the city council will recess into executive session to discuss the following: real property, discuss purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Personal matters, discuss the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officer board appointment.
Okay, we, are reconvening in the chambers. We've had our executive session, and, as you know, I'm Tim Dale, the Mayor Pro Tem, and I presided over the executive session. There was no action taken tonight, so with that, we will adjourn this meeting.